Let's put this bird on the ground.
Quite a throwback, wouldn't you agree?
How can I be of service, Captain?
As long as it's written and signed, it could be on a loaf of bread. It's pretty dangerous out in space these days. I wish all the ports worked like Aquila City. No nonsense.
Got anything you need to offload? Trade Authority's always buying. Kiosk right here for you. Anything I can help you with? Nothing for us to do. You're in good flying condition. Okay, no problem.
Waiting. I do a lot of that these days, but the shortest path to a goal sometimes requires patience. Good for you. Let's hope you stay on top then. Once you start making a real impact on the universe, there's always more and more people who end up on the losing side of your decisions. Someone always gets hurt. You and I might agree there. But someone always comes along thinking there's a better way, that they can help. Take the United Colonies, or even the Free Star Collective. Both of them full of people trying to make the settled systems better. But that didn't stop them from fighting each other. I guess that's just the nature of things, isn't it? People start by thinking they're doing the right thing, and then your version of what's right collides with someone else's. Why even bother? You can play the game of power, call it leadership, call it righteousness, but it's all manipulation in the end. Better to just let people be. A single person achieving their own ends is at least honest. Helping people is just another form of control. Ah, there I go again. I was in danger of waxing philosophical last time, and now I'm knee-deep in it. I should stop while I'm ahead. I'll catch you around.
looks peaceful from up here, doesn't it?
Saw someone wearing one of those neuroamp things the other day. Can't believe anyone would pay Ryujin Industries a small fortune to let them play around in their gray matter. In a word, freeing. Living a life where you're stuck in tighter than a plastic-coated chunk? Not for me. I needed room to breathe. Luckily, they got room, that is. The breathing part. Got some knickknacks I could part with.
Here and some grass there, and this place might not look so awful.
We must defeat them. Damage registered.
Looks like we're in the clear. Never could get the hang of hacking. I prefer a more direct approach myself.
searching them, make it quick.
I'm going to end you!
stock up on junk?
Greetings, Captain.
All thrusters firing. Hell of a view from here.
contraband. And we're done. Feel free to land.
New homestead, eh? This place hasn't changed much since the 2100s.
Welcome to New Homestead. Please make your way to the building at the end of the path and down into the colony below. Stay safe and enjoy your visit.
Need some work done? Okay, no problem.
Our next stop is the moon. The one orbiting Earth, that is.
We take vandalism seriously here. You do not mess with history.
Interesting. The last thing I expected to stumble across at this type of settlement is a museum. Might be worth a look around.
Don't stay outside for too long here on Titan. You'll freeze solid with Welcome to New Homestead.
How we live.
Power's on the fritz again. Joyce always seems to need help clearing ice off the equipment. Hello. Enjoy your visit here. Heads up if you're planning on going to Chunks. Luther's been bothering anyone with a ship for help.
It's one thing to learn about early colony life. It's another to experience it.
This colony is a lot smaller than I thought it would be.
Careful. There are some dangerous areas around here that are not part of any tours.
Feel free to look around, but don't touch.
The people here live a simple life. Try not to complicate it.
New Homestead is a living history exhibit, but these are real people, so please be kind to them. The people here live a simple life. Try not to complicate it.
I don't mind the tourists. They help the local economy.
Ah, there. Always nice seeing a new face. Sure would be nice to get off-world sometime.
Ah, someone new. Are you a tourist, or have you just moved to New Homestead? Oh, you should probably know then that homes aren't the same as where you're probably from. You'd be lucky to own a private room, let alone a whole hab unit of your own, but don't let that scare you away. It's quite cozy and pleasant here. I'm fascinated by the other worlds in the settled systems. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Oh, wonderful. What's New Atlantis like? Oh, that's disappointing. It seems so exciting from all I've heard. It must be a matter of personal taste, then. I wonder if I'd like it. Maybe someday I'll get up the nerve to visit myself. Do you mind if I ask you another question? Thanks. I promise not to take too much of your time. Is the Freestar Collective as lawless as I've heard? Really? That sounds nice, but what happens if there's a dispute? Who settles it? Do people really just take the law into their own hands at that point? Can people be trusted to do the right thing? Gosh, I'm sorry, you don't need to answer all of that. I'm just so fascinated by it all. Is it okay if I change the subject? Oh, thank you. Are there really planets full of plants, fresh air, and water? I've read about them. It seems incredible, doesn't it? I've only ever known Titan, and it's always so cold and drab. I've always dreamed of visiting one to breathe the air, feel the warmth of its sun, but can I ask you something else? Thanks. I promise not to take too much. Is space travel as exciting as it's... Well, you've convinced me that I simply must go sometime. Most of us here have never left the surface of New Homestead. It's a point of pride among many people, but I've always been curious. Those are all the questions I have at the moment. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy day for me.
I've heard about lots of other planets out there. Some of them sound pretty scary, though. Hello? I'm not really supposed to talk with tourists, but I kind of want to. You're not going to tell him, are you? Oh, thank you! I promise it'll be fun. I like talking to tourists. I get to learn so much about... No. Not really. There's some, though. Most are around my age. I think it's pretty fun. And I get to be around my mama and my papa all day, so they say we all have to work a little. 'Cause it takes all of us to make the community work. Just someday, I think it'd be cool to see other places and do other things. My mama says it's because he thinks we'd up and leave if we found out about the rest of the worlds out there. But I keep telling him, I love it here, and I love him. He doesn't believe it. He says the kids almost always want to leave when they grow up. But not me. Nope. I don't... We mostly learn about the history of the Sol system and Earth and stuff like that. Until we get old enough, that's when we get to leave to go to school somewhere else for a few years. Or travel and visit other worlds, try out jobs and stuff. Thanks for taking the time to talk with me.
I could really go for some of Anya's cooking over at the Brown. We used to get more tourists than we do these days.
It's because we have a much smaller space to work with.
So then, it's not really the same, is it? How is it a tradition if it's not the same thing as they did? And so then, why is it important that we preserve it?
I don't know, it just is. Now, we don't want to fall behind on work, so let's get back to it, okay, kiddo?
Okay, fine.
We Titans are hardy people. You'd have to be to live in a place like this. I overheard you speaking to my wife, Mara, filling her head with ideas about picking up and leaving home. You got anything to say for yourself? Listen here. Mara's free to make her own decisions. I'm not here to control her if that's what you're insinuating. But that doesn't mean I take kindly to other people manipulating her and telling her the other worlds are full of sunshine and rainbows. We live a simple traditional life here, and it's important to the community that we maintain that. Do you understand? People rely on technology too much. We need to remember how to perform the basics to survive in case we ever find ourselves without said technology. We need to remember where we came from, Earth, this system, lest we forget and repeat this. We're one of the last colonies charged with that preservation. That's why it's important. Traditions like the way we tend this farm, strong family ties, early colonial life. We do it all with the bare minimum technologies to survive. Everything else is hard work done by humans. It's good for you. We're going to have to agree to disagree then. I only ask that you respect our wishes.
My daddy says farming is really important, but I kind of want to do other things. My papa doesn't really like me talking to the tourists. Let me know if you have any other questions.
Thanks again for taking the time to answer questions for me. I learned a lot from you. The elders say that preserving our tradition is so important, but I keep hearing such wonderful
Enjoy your visit here. This is a boring assignment, but let's keep it that way.
It's so cold here. I guess I should have expected that. I still can't believe people actually live like this.
Seems like Luther's forgetting his heritage ever since he got a job here.
A bunch of different chunks. And mix them all up, try some new flavor profiles, as they say in the biz.
What biz? What are you talking about?
You know, the foodie biz. Chefs and all that. It's a thing we do.
We get cases of refrigerated chunks and we just heat them up. We don't, like, make anything. You are really into chunks, huh?
Yeah, it's the greatest. Can't believe you're so down on it. We have the best job on tight.
I'm just doing this job to help my family pay the bills and save up so I can pay for my education. And I am out of here.
Welcome to Chunks. We got lots of chunks to choose from. Hello there. Welcome to the new Homestead Chunks. We've got all your Chunks favorites. Well, almost. Sadly, we're out of the special sauce. I know. But everything else is still that great Chunks food you know and love. So, what can I do? Oh, you had to go and ask the heart. How can I pick just one? There's chicken chunks, beef chunks, potato chunks. You know what? I'm gonna cheat if you don't mind and just say, you know I do. And what's not to love? It's delicious, nutritious, easy, fast, inexpensive. Yeah. My wife thinks I eat too much Chunks food, but I just can't help myself. It's so good. Well, but seriously, I think we're just starting to get with the times now. And I can't think of a better restaurant than Chunks. I think corporate just saw New Homestead as an untapped market. Yeah, the locals may not eat it, but the tourists love having a taste of it. If I'm completely honest, it is. The people are always saying how this Chunks can't come. And I just know it's because we never had that mouth-watering sauce. I've been in contact with some of the other restaurants out there, and they'll give me some, but they say they can't afford to send it. For real, good question. They haven't said, but I think it has something to do with them prioritizing other chunks over mine. I guess it's made at a different facility than our other food, and they don't even want to pay the shipping cost to ship from another. Yeah, sometimes I get lucky and a cargo hauler passes through with a route that takes them near other chunks and back. You bet it is. You may not hear people talk about it, but trust me, it's the secret ingredient. It's like the glue. I mean, not literally. I'm not saying it's glue or that our food falls apart. It's delightful. Tangy, savory, it's a little sweet. And I've noticed that once people find out we don't have it, sometimes they don't return. It's the reason business isn't as good as other chunks. Wait, for real? You do that? Oh, yeah, right. I actually just got a message back from another chunks before you got here. Just tell them you're there to pick it up for me, and it should be good to go. Thanks. Sure. What delicious chunks food can I get for you? Thanks for visiting Chunks.
Welcome to Chunks. Please choose your chunks. Thanks for choosing Chunks. Which chunks would you like today? Ugh. Honestly,
I can't imagine living here. These people sure are hardy.
I'm learning so much here. Everyone should visit at least once in their life.
Did you see those wind turbines out there? Wow.
Boy, am I glad they have a chunks here.
It's been a while since I last visited.
you get used to
that
methane processing smell after a while.
The methane harvesters before coming here.
The Brown Horse Tavern, was it, huh? The food was better than I expected from a backwoods planet like this.
It has a quaint charm, doesn't it?
Just like the rest
So
of New
cold
Homestead.
here.
Well, I hope you'll come back
Guess I
and
should
see
have
us again
expected that.
sometime. And I hope you'll consider another Starsap tour. Tell your friends.
Bye. We will. Thanks again.
Hello there.
Excuse me, Bill.
The museum here is free to everyone.
What do you mean?
Hello there. Are you
Claudio said he was playing with some of the machinery down by the mines and nearly got his arm.
enjoy the rest of your stay in New Homestead?
I'm sorry. You know, kids, little troublemakers. I'll tell the guests to be more careful.
Damn right. You've got to do something, or else next time it happens, I'm billing you personally.
Yeesh. Why, hello there! I'm Bill Starsap of Starsap Tours. Let me tell you. For instance, did you know that New Homestead was one of the first colonies established outside of Earth? It's been populated in some... Well, there's plenty more where that came from if you're interested in taking one of them. So what do you say? I've got an opening. I could take you on a tour right now if you'd like. Definitely check out the Brown Horse Tavern. Good food. Avoid spending too much time outdoors. It's freezing out there. Any more than that, and I'd be giving away the tour for free.
I was hoping you could tell me some more.
Why would I want a tour of New Homestead? Well, let me tell you, New Homestead is living history. These people, if you've ever wanted to know what that early colonial life was like, this is your chance to embark on a fun...
You live like one of us for a period of time of your...
None taken. I get it all the time. If you think it sounds I come from an eccentric family. Back in the early days of space travel, generations ago, my ancestors they wanted a name that seemed like it fit into the stories they grew up with, so they changed their last name. And used to be Bramblefoot before that. Their ancestors liked, Excellent! You won't regret it! My tours... Now, there's just the matter of price. The going rate for a genuine star sap... well... That's okay. This tour isn't for everyone, I know that, but my price is fair, and I think it's well worth the money. No, tell you what, I like you. This one's on the house, but if you enjoyed the tour, I'd really appreciate if you'd tell all your... So let's get this show on the road, eh?
If you need medical attention, see Dr. Lakota. But a word of warning, she really doesn't.
Have any questions so far? I'm not sure the exact count, but New Homestead is a fairly... What you see is what you get for the most part, except for some other people who live in the private... Some, particularly security, and yours. The original Titan Astrobase had more habitation pods on the surface connected to some of the old structures you may have seen. As the colony grew, the base was expanded underground, and those hab units were recycled. Sadly, it's difficult to get additional construction. So for now, additional populations are housed in these stacks of old shipping crates. As you might expect, this is where some of the... It's not glamorous, but they are... Oh, sure, I'll be here waiting. The locals love to talk with tourists, but they'll let you know if they're busy.
Lots of history here, if you're into that sort of thing.
Have any questions so far? Alrighty, we'll be taking the residential elevator to the farms area on the surface level. This way, please. Let's leave these good people alone for now and go check out the farms. Follow me up the elevator.
Did you know the museum here is full of old Earth artifacts? Cool, huh?
We take vandalism seriously here. Don't mess with history.
Welcome to New Homestead.
New Homestead's farms are the beating heart of the colony. Without them, the original outpost would have shriveled and died. These pods are sealed and climate controlled, the perfect environment for growing the hydroponic vegetation needed for survival in the early days of the colony.
Papa,
Any questions about the farms?
It is to preserve our traditions. But why do we have to farm? How is
Good question. It's largely the same, because this was the colony that pioneered the techniques you see elsewhere. But you'll notice that the farms here are smaller and staffed by humans. Things here are a little more old-fashioned compared to some of the large factory farms you'll find elsewhere in the city. These days, it's a mix of what you find elsewhere in the galaxy, but in the olden days, it was all brought over from Earth. It was a lot of hardy root vegetables like potatoes, carrots, beets, and such, supplemented with corn, peas, green beans, soy, etc. I don't know,
It just is.
Oh, they are indeed. Colonists still cultivate plant-based food for their own consumption here in New Hope. It's less vital to their survival these days, as they also import supplemental food from other colonies, including meats, dairy. However, most citizens here take pride in a new homestead. Onward it is! We'll be stopping by the Brown Horse Tavern later in the tour, which uses many of these locally sourced ingredients in their cooking. But for now, it's just a short way to our next stop. Follow me! So, the old biolabs are just on the other side of this building, believe it or not. We'll step on through the hallway there. They're not in use anymore, but the colony has faithfully recreated them as a historical exhibit, true to the original purpose of the Titan Astrobase. Sadly, they're undergoing some light renovation. Otherwise, there'd be interactive activities for kids to learn about how they used to search for microbial life here.
Those folks in Sidonia may be closer to Earth, but we do a better job preserving its traditions.
Pardon the dust, but I can still answer some questions about the old Titan Astrobase biolabs. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what this place was originally called. When NASA divested its interest in the Astrobase and turned it over to the people back in 2185, they renamed it New... Funny you should ask! Sadly, none. See, NASA funded the Titan Astrobase project because conditions seemed ripe for primordial life to form in Titan's metal. They tested many different sites, performed deep core ice drilling, and more. Well, NASA defunded the xenobiology program in 2132, but a scientist by the name of Catherine Neely. So, by 2135, work began on what would ultimately set us all up to create habitats. These very labs housed the computer systems used in that research. That and... You got it! On to our next stop! Next, we'll be heading outside, so make sure to check those seals on your suit, because it's chilly out there.
That tour guide showed one of the kids a picture of some silly drawing.
To see what powers this planet. Watch your step outside, by the way. The ice can be slippery if you're not careful. The goal is to keep people out of Dr. Lakota's infirmary.
Hello.
Anyway, where were we? Oh, yes. Powering New Homestead. As you might imagine, generating energy was a real challenge back in the day because the technology was much more crude then. But crude or not, it was that technology that sustained the old Astrobase. And it might surprise you to learn that the same technology is still working today. The interesting thing about this old colony is that it's mostly powered by clean, renewable energy. You'll see one of the methods used on the horizon up ahead. That's right, New Homestead's famous wind farms. This spot was chosen for the colony in part because of its constant winds. These turbines have been integral to the colony's function since its establishment as a cheap, mostly reliable source of electricity. let's talk about wind power, shall we? You're right. Most surface wind on Titan isn't too terribly strong, but here, the altitude and, like many worlds with atmosphere, the higher you go, the windier it gets. You're looking at a piece of history. Sure, wind power is used throughout the... It's impressive! That was all they had back then, and still make it work. Mostly. I'm sure you've noticed the occasional brownouts. I guess these old machines have a habit of... There's some methane on reserve for critical life support systems, but everything else here is otherwise powered by the units you see here. You're the boss. Let's go! Moving right along, we're going to learn about Titan's great natural resources. Titan is rich with hydrocarbons like methane and ethane. Surely you saw huge pools of this stuff on your descent into New Homestead. I like to think they add to the natural beauty of this world. Though, of course, stay away from them because, like anything beautiful, they can be dangerous. Just like my last ex-wife's pet. She had this gorgeous, I don't know what you'd call it, creature. The guy that sold it to her couldn't tell her what it was or where it was from. I don't think it was even a legal sell, to be honest. The thing was very easy on the eyes. Feathers, all the colors of the rainbow. Nasty bite, though. Wound up in the hospital and almost lost my hand. Still not enough for her to get rid of the dang thing. Anyway, there's a reason she's my ex-wife. But enough about me. We were talking about methane and other resources, right? Hey, can you believe it? Back in the 20th century on Earth, they used to fight wars over natural resources like this and petroleum. They had this whole moon here basically made of hydrocarbons in their own backyard. They just couldn't get to it. Incredible how far we've come. New Homestead is home to one of the oldest and largest methane processing plants in the settled system. Every year, UC engineers go through a painstaking, month-long maintenance process. It's how this place has remained operational as long as it has. I'm not going to take you too close to the machinery, liability and all, but I can still answer questions. Questions? Fire away. It's not as if they shut down for a month. It's not shut down at all, actually. See, this place is built with redundant systems, so they can shut it down piece by piece and suffer only a reduction in throughput. During that time, the UC gets more of its resources from other places, allowing New Homestead exports mostly, since this world is so methane-rich and has the infrastructure for it. Of course, new homesteaders use it themselves for everything from generating heat to turning it into breathable oxygen. No one's ever asked me that before. Okie dokie, artichoke. There will be time for more later anyway. So, this next stop is a bit of an interesting one. I only recently made it part of the tour. What we're about to see is a glacial spire we affectionately call Emir's Horn. This coalness used to be named after a character in a popular fantasy novel, but it was changed a couple hundred years ago to avoid any potential litigation. Now, what's a coalus, you might say? Coalus derives from the Latin word for hill, and scientists only gave names to groups of hills on a planet's surface. So in reality, the term you hear more often is the plural, Khalees, with an E. You probably don't hear it very often where you're from, because it was usually a term reserved for unexplored planets, back when they didn't have the technology to describe what they were seeing firsthand. Because of that, the term is much more common in the Sol system, but you may still hear it occasionally in reference to uncharted worlds. This planet's full of them, though, and they like to preserve that history here. So here it is, Ymir's Horn. You're free to take a closer look if you like. How about that? You really know your stuff. Maybe you should be the one giving the tour. I kid. I'm not sure. I heard someone say that before. Something about the worn-down remains of an ancient volcano producing ice. I don't know. It sounds like you understand this stuff better than I do. According to ancient Norse mythology, Ymir was the first Jotun, a frost giant. In the legend, they were both male and female and gave birth. Ymir even predated the Norse gods, who, as it turns out, killed Ymir to fashion the earth and all of humanity from the... It's a fascinating story, and the horn here is a fitting... Just be careful! It can get slippery out that way. I'll wait here.
Zeroing in on anything useful?
So here it is, Ymir's Horn. Excellent. On to the next stop then. So, we're gonna head back inside through the methane processing plant. Try not to touch anything on your way. We want to make sure to respect Dr. Lakota's wishes to be safer around here. That brings me to another point. You'll notice the people around here have last names related to where their families originated from on Earth as a way to remember the past. The museum curator, Maurice Leon, has more information about that if you're interested. You can find him inside the main concourse. Loves talking about it. You'll find most of the locals here are very friendly to tourists like yourself. Tourism is a major draw to this colony these days, and I respect that. Most of them are happy to talk at length about what they do here. Their rugged lifestyle is a point of pride for a lot of these folks. This area we're walking through is the nerve center of the plant, where technicians keep an eye on the operation. Since methane production is such an important part of the colony's livelihood, it's important that the techs notice any issues and react to them quickly. Anyway, we're headed into the ice mines. It's a natural spring where water bubbles up from deep below. But due to the cold, it keeps freezing as it reaches the surface.
Again? That's the second time this month.
I know. I'll sit.
Can I tell you about the ice mines? I wouldn't recommend it. First, it's an active work site. Second, it still needs to be filtered and checked. But don't worry, we'll stop somewhere for refreshments before... Good question. I believe it has something to do with not wanting to... The ice helps prevent impurities in the water. At least this is what I... Not all. Some water is created as a byproduct of methane processing, but that's usually safe. Sounds good. Let's keep going then. We have just one more stop before we're done with the tour, and it just happens to be my favorite. This colony is home to the longest-running establishment still in existence, the Brown Horse Tavern. The Brown Horse started as a simple mess hall for the scientists and workers when the underground was built, but it's been operated by the same family ever since. Now, what's a horse, you might say? They were a large four-legged animal on Earth, often used for transportation or manual labor. Long before space travel was even a dream for the folks of Earth, even before antique machines like automobiles were possible, horses could be found everywhere. You might have seen them in old movies or read about them somewhere. If not, I highly recommend looking into them sometime. They're beautiful animals. The tavern's original owner was infatuated with what I understand and named the place in their honor. The moniker, Brown Horse Tavern, is also a throwback to names of similar Earth restaurants hundreds of years before it was established.
Ice mining operations are unusual, but if they're run properly, they can prove to be quite lucrative.
That delicious smell is making me hungry. Can I answer anything about the Brown Horse? Anya Seattle is the current owner of the Brown Horse. It's been in the Seattle family for generations. But Anya will be able to tell you more herself. Feel free to ask her. It doesn't feel right coming from me when... Ooh, that's a tough one. I honestly love everything Anya serves here. I'd be doing her a... You want the real answer? Order one of everything. Easy. All the other ones fell to ruin when we abandoned Earth. There were technically older ones on. Okay then. All right, we're headed to the last stop. Right back where we began. Feel free to check out the museum exhibit in the main concourse here. These displays are full of rare Earth trinkets salvaged from before humanity left, and Maurice is happy to talk about the collection. The museum's curator, Maurice, will be happy to talk to you if you want to know more. Well, that's that! I hope you enjoyed Starsap Tours as much as I enjoy giving them. Oh, wow, I really appreciate it. You know, I rely on tips from good people like you, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. Enjoy the rest of your stay in New Homestead.
Wow, very generous. As long as you're throwing around money, maybe you wouldn't mind tossing some my way.
Take care!
Boy, am I glad they have a chunks here.
The Earth just once. Hello there. Are you here to... Wonderful. These are... There isn't much of this stuff left outside of private collections, but if you have any questions about the exhibit or New Homestead, it's an interesting story. New Homestead began as a scientific research base called the Titan. The hope was that humanity would be able to discover simple... When that ultimately failed, it was repurposed as a colony research base. Then, finally, when gravity drives were commonplace and we started finding Earth-like planets, when our early colonists learned of Earth's demise, Now, some may have been lost in translation over the years, and some may have taken it. For instance, my family comes from the city of Lyon. I am Maurice Lyon, and I am the community elder. As the oldest living citizen at night, I tell stories to the young people. Although my memory isn't what it used to be, I try. Sure. There was once a war so big that they say all of the world was in. They fought because a terrible man named Hitler rose to power and slaughtered. Even the colony war pales. Why, certainly. It's what I do. There was a time when huge monstrosities called dinosaurs ruled over Earth. Their reign ended when I can never remember. Whatever it was, it nearly wiped out. A long time ago, thousands of years, humans built a wall. They called it the Great Wall of China. And it was meant to keep out it. I'll have to look it up again. Sure, I heard that there was once a giant creature that, you know, my apologies, Of course, certainly. We have several items in our collection that we have everything from toys to antique technology to sports memorabilia. We even use. Most of our collection was donated by fellow Earth enthusiasts and historians. Thanks for visiting.
Word of it. Oh, I can't imagine living here. These people sure are hardy. Hey,
got any fancy trinkets you want to offload? Well, hello there, and welcome to my little shop. Are you visiting New Homestead? Oh, that's funny. It happens to the best of us, I guess. I'm Jay. I'm happy to help you find what you're looking to buy or take a look at whatever you want to sell. Trades of all kinds, or if you have any questions for me about the shop, the merchandise, or even... We used to, but not anymore. Believe it or not, the New Homestead Tourism Board decided a while back to do away with souvenirs. We don't really have the resources or facilities to make them here ourselves, and it was decided that anything less than that would seem exploitive of our people and inauthentic. Only thing we have are these souvenir slates about the history of New Homestead. Tell you what, I've got an extra one here that another guest left behind a while back. You can have it. I love them. Most of us in New Homestead appreciate what tourism does for our economic livelihood, so we go out of our way to make guests feel welcome. Some are indifferent about it, while a few others, I won't name names, are downright resentful of all the tourists and would prefer to be left alone. But that being said, I believe our generally friendly demeanor is a large part of what drives... Glad you asked. I'm looking for all sorts of things. Anything, really. Clothing, weapons, jewelry, even stuff. We don't get a lot of off-world stock, so I offer to buy things from travelers. Anything they're willing to part with. Between you and me, people around here talk a lot about tradition and whatnot, but even they get curious about what other worlds have to offer. Sure thing. I'm also interested in buying if you have anything for sale. Enjoy the rest of your day.
It's one thing to learn about early colony. This colony is a lot smaller than I thought it would be.
Some say New Homestead is a backwoods world. Maybe it is, but that doesn't really bother me. Oh, you don't really want to talk to me. I'm just a nobody from the crates. Besides, I'm not really good at talking to tourists about New Homestead. If you're really interested in our history, talk to Maurice. You do? I mean, sure. I don't know what It's not as bad as you'd think. I like talking to off-worlders, especially people my age. It gives... Because, honestly, I'm not sure I want to stay here. It'll always be my home, but as soon... Well, I'm trying to finish up my undergrad schooling, actually. I want to be a physicist like my but I also do some odd jobs here. Sometimes I help Jay out at his shop, and he gives me stuff in return. Sometimes I help Anya clean up at the Brown. The crates are what we call the living quarters for the poor people, like me. They're made from old... They're comfortable enough, I guess. And no one on Titan is well off to begin with. Okay, well, no. Not the studies specifically. Like, I get... But I'm poor. I just don't have the kind of money to be a full-time... I keep having to take odd jobs just to put food on my plate. And when I do, my grades suffer. What? Really? I don't know what to say. This is beyond...
I'm pleased that you realize the importance of a decent education. You can't get rid of me that easily.
Don't stay outside for too long here on Titan. Pretty solid.
More old-fashioned than they already believe. That's a compliment. They already gawk at us like we're some sort of ancient curiosity.
Oh, I'm just trying to have a little fun. But you're probably right.
If you need medical attention, see Dr. Lakota. But a word of warning, she really doesn't care for tourists.
Hi there.
Always nice seeing a new face.
Seeing a new face.
Off-worlders always ask how I can
those
live
brownouts
here.
last
I
week?
wonder how they can live anywhere else.
I'm just glad the
I still can't
auxiliary
believe
power
people
picked
actually
up.
live like
Remember
this.
that time a few years back where everyone had to...
Lots of history here. If you're...
Oh,
Why not order
the
some
tourists
food and make
hated
yourself
that.
comfortable?
Well,
Welcome. I'm Anya. Is this your first time with us at the Brown Horse Tavern?
Joyce is great at what she does. I'm sure she'll handle it.
Oh, well, thank you for joining us. You're in for a We've got an assortment of food and drinks, some of which follow homemade recipes that have been passed down. So, what can I do for you? Oh, hardly. The locals pretty much stay away from chunks, so whenever they don't feel like cooking themselves and want a fresh meal, only the tourists eat that junk. But don't tell that to my husband. He manages the chunks. I love him, but he's a bit of a You mean the Brown Horse? Well, it's only the longest continuous running restaurant since humans started settling outside of Earth. There's a lot of history within these walls. And some damn fine food and drink, if I say so myself. My however many great-grandmother opened it when back then, it was a simple mess hall that she chose to put a little extra love and flavor. Let me show you what we have. Hope you'll be back sometime.
Boy, am I glad they have a chunks here.
Those folks in Sidonia may be closer to Earth.
No, I'm just trying to have a little fun. But you're probably...
You get used to the methane processing smell after a while.
Sure would be nice to get off the road sometime.
Well, we used to get more tourists than we do these days.
It's a little weird that people come here to see what early colony life was like. To me, it's just how we live.
That's armor for me?
Just got a message. Looks like we got another leak in Sector 3.
Again? That's the second time this month.
I know. I'll send someone to go patch it up again. We do what we gotta do until we can get the approval to replace the whole unit.
Well, the leak hasn't been too bad, and it's held together this long, I suppose.
Well, we used to get more tourists than we do these days.
Hi there. Oh, it must be difficult trying to survive when this collection of shipping containers is all you have for permanent accommodations.
Another tourist come to learn about the ice mines, huh? It's dangerous in the ice mines. I'd much rather answer your questions. For one, New Homestead is not a wealthy colony, but we also pride ourselves on doing things the old ways. We don't mind it. We work hard here. It's very... for drinking water, and we use some of it to produce this air you're breathing. We recycle a lot of what we use, but we still need a nice, steady supply of fresh water. Lucky for us. I'm surprised I still get this question. It's slippery, it's sharp, it can break, it can cave in. Titan is also full of methane, which can sometimes be trapped under the ice. As you know, methane can also asphyxiate you if you breathe in too much. So you can relate. It's good to talk to someone who understands the challenge. If I might ask, what do you... Oh. That's not what I... But, visions, you say? That sounds more like what those people get up to in... Anyway, I'm sure we could swap mine and stories all day, but, I really should be. I'm surprised there's... Titan is also... And also is... So if I might add... I see. We used to do more traditional mining like that here, but it made much more sense to do it off-world since we mostly export methane and other... Anyway, I'm sure we could swap mining stories all day. Fine.
I don't mind the tourists. They help the local economy.
It's one thing to learn about early colony life. It's another.
Give us big bets way more on some real newcomer numbers. Ah! And some so much energy! I want to run around! You'll never catch me!
What can I do? I'll treat you if you need it, but please try to be more careful around here. Even though we don't have shiny new medical facilities, I imagine it's easier than wherever you're from. We have fewer people here, and we're very responsible when it comes to our personal health and welfare. So there's not much. For anything else, we can get access to off-world specialists. Contrary to popular belief, it's a harsh world, but as long as you're inside or wear a suit when going out, you'll be fine here. There's no breathable air on the surface, and you'll quickly freeze to death outside without protective gear, but otherwise, New Homestead was an early colony research base and has stood the test of time. It's safe, and it's proof that don't worry so much. I don't. They make a mockery of New Homestead culture. And on top of it, they're reckless. It's like I said before. The problem is that most of the tourists' injuries are from preventable accidents. Things our people know how to avoid. And often I have to take care of them first because they can't leave with their injuries, so I have to put off seeing my regular patients. So not only am I working extra hard for people who have little respect for me, it comes at... Actually, maybe there is. I have an idea that may be best suited for someone relatively unknown, instead of myself. I've got a mountain of work and a reputation to maintain. So I bought a realistic monster costume, The plan was to wear it, scare tourists away, and start a rumor about... I figure that once word gets around, tourism will take enough of a dive. Maybe, I'm not sure. I know it sounds crazy, but I don't have any other ideas. The tourism board flat, and you know these tourists will believe anything they see and hear. I think it's worth a shot. Oh, good. I was hoping not to have to do it myself, so I'm glad to have... Here's the costume. I think this will work best on the surface, so just find a group and run up to them, acting like a... With any luck, they'll run screaming and book the next flight out of here.
I hope you know what you're doing.
You get used to the methane processing smell after a while.
It's always so cold here.
You off-worlders have it made. Thanks for stopping by to talk. again for what you did for me. Well, I'm trying to finish up my... But I also do... sometime. See you around, maybe.
Lots of history here, if you're into that sort of thing. Sure would be nice to get off-world someday.
Off-worlders always ask how I can live here. I wonder how they can live anywhere else.
Must be nice to be able to afford to travel, huh? Later.
I could really go for some of Anya's cooking over at the Brown Horse. Those folks in Sidonia may be closer to Earth, but we do a better job preserving its traditions.
If you need medical attention, see Dr. Dakota. But, word of
Running this farm with my family for the sake of our little colony is one of the greatest pleasures in
Feel free to look around, but don't touch.
New Homestead is a living history exhibit, but these are real people, so please.
That old Titan wind is going strong today. Hello there. Are you here about the brownouts? That's usually the only reason people come up here to talk to me. Oh. Yep. We generate a lot of wind-based power here on Titan, which is my specialty, so I was tapped to help navigate all the unique challenges we face here. Yes, the power shortages we're experiencing. Haven't you seen? This equipment is all very old, and the protections against the cold have worn down, so now, brownouts. Of course you did. That's okay. It's a problem here. Citizens and visitors alike. Problem is, I don't know how long we'll have to deal with this, because I'm needed here to oversee the whole system, and well, I just started this job a few months ago, but I'm loving it, despite all the small frustrations of working on it. I came here as a child and did one of the tours. I loved it so much. I jumped at the chance to come back after finishing my studies in energy. I know it may sound unusual, but I knew what I was getting into with Titans. The challenge is actually one of the things that attracted me to the job. No, New Atlantis, born and raised. It's okay though. I've always liked this quaint little moon. Not that it's actually that. The people here were a little wary of someone coming in from the outside, but once I changed my name in accordance with their local and that was fine by me. I feel proud, taking on the name of the Earth City my family came from many, many years ago. Did you see those huge wind turbines out there on your way in? They're our primary. Titan's strong winds provide an almost constant source of power, as long as we can keep them. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I'm a little new to the job, and So I really want to impress everyone and show them I can handle this. But the power equipment is ancient and in need of replacement. We just don't have the money in the budget right now to do it. The previous technician was adamant that was better. So he never submitted any replacement plans for... Oh, excellent. Then you must know how this old power system machinery can get crusted over with ice from time to time. I think you can take a laser cutter and break up the ice for us? Oh, thank you. I get... Just be careful not to hurt yourself or the equipment. I'll continue. How's it going out there with the ice? Power systems all look as good as they can be for now. Thanks. I hope this lasts a little longer than last time. We can rest easy for a while now. At least until... Bye.
I'll send someone to go patch it up again. We do what we gotta do.
Feel free to look around, but don't touch.
Don't be afraid to do whatever you can to make that monster feel extra. If you take one of those stupid tours, make sure to follow the rules. They're for your own safety and my sanity. I bought it from a private seller. They said they got it from someone who wore it in a secondary school as their sports team mascot. I guess it was supposed to be a tardigrade or something. Anyway, the person I bought it from modified it a bit so they could use it in an independent movie they were making. But I guess that went nowhere, so they had to sell it. Lucky me, I suppose. I'll bet they won't be coming back anytime soon. Thank you. With any luck, I'll be able to give more. Tell you what, if you want to come back later and do this for me a couple more times, I'll even let you keep the costume.
I kind of want to try.
We take vandalism seriously here. You don't mess with it.
Did you know that Earth
Here live a simple life.
Captain, hello. I am satisfied.
Orbital pattern locked in.
You're coming in loud and clear. You seen what a new Model A is going for these days? They're handy and all, but no robot's worth that much. Sure, got some items worth looking at. Just let me get this all down. Always happy to meet a stranger. Hope my singing was to your liking. Oh, and now I'm afraid my ship's got the next jump plotted in, so I'm away. Fair travels.
This place looks well defended. We should watch our backs. sure you clean that off before you stow it in your bag. I picked up something you might be interested in. About it that simply doesn't make sense.
Outsider. This is an
We should
undisclosed
proceed with
secret
caution.
location. Please identify purpose or depart. Outsider is not. End of inquiry. Acknowledging receipt of emergency request. Explanation deemed acceptable. Clearance granted to Crucible. Outsider will deliver 150 units of copper. Compensation will be dispensed.
Tobias, stand down. We have a visitor.
Reminder, deliver required material. End of conversation.
This is incredible. For so long we hoped for any visit, and the day has finally arrived. Oh dear, that's a I'm probably not the person to answer it, but it is a We see no one, ever. Your arrival is truly an historic one, but many fear what it portends. The societies have closed their doors and are up, while the rest hide to see which way the wind blows. Franklin would know what to do. He's the oldest among us. You should talk. Most of us are like me, free and unaligned. But there are three societies that are oft at odds. The Believers, the Pragmatists, and the Renegades. It would be what Franklin leads the Pragmatists. Crucible is a tinderbox, and any spark will set it off. We're still recovering from a deadly conflict that happened 3 years ago. Far fewer of us are here to greet you today because of it. Give it time, and I'm sure the others will come out. For curiosity's sake, if nothing.
Do not leave Crucible. Warning delivered. Non-resident detected. Valid exception. And no queries are being as this unit is busy. Do not leave Crucible. Warning delivered.
When your ship landed, I feared the robots would shoot you on sight. I am greatly relieved that they let you enter our community. But you come during a delicate time. Everyone, you ask a question you already know the answer to. Yes, of course. But if you have a good heart and a quick... No, we most certainly do not. Where to begin? I am Franklin Delano Roosevelt, leader of the Pragmatists. it is gratifying that even after... You see, I was an American president. Well, everyone that lives here are clones. Some of us are clones of the greatest figures of history, and others... When we die, and some of us die quite often, I cannot imagine how strange this must sound to an...
This is astonishing. It's like walking through some type of living...
Is it? I wish I could illuminate you on this, but we are as ignorant of the technology which brought us into being. Not at all. I have had occasions when someone dies, all they have accomplished here in Crucible, all of their deeds, and when they come back, they are different. Being reborn can take years. Sometimes. Now there is the question, isn't it? I do not have FDR's memories. Well, as much as history records. I confess, but no, I am my own man, but not all of us. I could see how confusing this may be, but if it's any consolation, many of us feel this after decades, centuries, of trying to figure it out ourselves. The robots clone us for a reason. They're so-called... But what that is and what we should do about it is something it's best to meet with the other societies. And after, I promise I'll explain Well, it is one of the few concrete things. If you want to truly know about the mission, the believers will tell you all. In fact, it can be hard to get them to stop. After you meet with them, I'll share mine. Be careful. Word has been sent, so the street should be full again. There is more I would talk with you about, but I would not take advantage. Go speak with the Monirinas and Genghis Khan.
To the moon, shall we?
I might have some stuff you could use in stock. Welcome to town, stranger. Consider me part of the welcoming committee. The name's Wyatt Earp, and I'd be most pleased if you'd use one of the spare rooms during your stay. For a modest fee, of course. He was, and I try to be. I do the best I can to uphold the law, but the societies make that... I expect I've had as much success restraining Genghis as the Chinese did. I do what I can. Roosevelt and I are both of the same mind on that. I'm for whatever side wants to keep the peace. It means that the pragmatists and I are often on the same side of things, but you might be surprised the number of times I've had to ask some of them to back off some nonsense. That's a generous offer. I might take you up on it. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay. And by the by, I may have access to some essentials I've picked up over the year. Happy to sell them to you. It runs hot and cold. During usual times, it's an occasional scuffle, maybe a black eye when an argument gets out of hand, and then a society goes on a rampage and it's tombstone all over. I hope your arrival keeps things on an even... I have been known to rent rooms to them. You looking for a short-term rental or longer? I'm happy to have you for the long haul. You need something? Of course. pleasure talking with you.
You're the most exciting thing that's happened, well, ever. Change is coming. I can feel it.
In my darkest hours, I feared that we were all that was left of humanity. Your ship, she's a beauty. It travels the stars, right? Tell me, what's it like out there? Has anyone ever told you you're a poet? My name's Amelia Earhart. When I first woke up in this place, in my head, I knew all about my namesake. But I also knew how to fly a starship, reactor limits, thrust in my mind's eye, I can imagine flying out there. And yet, cruelly, here. The facility keeps us alive, fed and protected, but they do a terrible job of informing us of anything at all. My guess is the facility thought they might need a pilot one day, but your guess is as good as mine. Am I that transparent? Listen, I know you owe me nothing at all, but I would do anything to get off. I know the societies want who knows what from you for who knows why. And I just want for my single self. I'd happily earn my way. Like I said, a lot of spacefaring. Let's put it to good use, right? You won't regret it. Do you want to talk about anything else? I have a few choice, unchristian thoughts about some of them. But, listen, I'd understand you making any decision I just hope you judge me separate. I don't wish harm on anyone. No, I don't. I consider myself a most ardent admirer. She feels like family. Distant family. She broke so many barriers in her life. I would love the same opportunity. Thanks for your time.
The renegades will use any means to escape.
No queries are being answered at this time.
Stranger! Weapons out! They come! There will be blood! The man from the stars.
Come to see me. And you're not afraid to get your hands dirty. I guess the world out there is not so different than here. Genghis Khan, a pleasure to meet you. Then don't believe it. It is true but I am not he. Crucible tries to imprint the... Genghis predated the Mongols having written records. For being so great a figure, we know when was he born, how he died, where he was buried. It must have driven the robots mad. Manners cost me nothing, but make no mistake, I will do whatever it takes. I am pleased that the dangers out here are of no concern. You cannot be fully human if you trap... I would provide fresh meat for my society, so we don't get fat off the robots. Franklin and I see eye to eye on very little. And I always hope to see some means of escape. The robots taught me many things any Mongol would. So, hunting game, even such... So Franklin told you of us. Oh. Some of us think that makes us special. That the deeds of our name... But that is blind arrogance. We are just people. None at all. It is as if I were a student. I know so much about him. I am me. I never really thought about that. Surprising indeed. But all this talk gets us nowhere. Too many of the others grovel at the feet of the damned robots. Trying to play the renegades will not submit. And one day, a prison of the mind and the body. Crucible holds out a throne and says, obey, and it is you. But thrones are meant to be taken. No, but it is a tantalizing lie. I do not know. Everything outside of Crucible. I imagine the settled systems are not so settled that a man who does not shrink from... If Crucible had not hobbled us, I have died a dozen deaths trying to find a way out of Crucible. You get too far or disobey too much, then death. But now, the robots have made a grave mistake. You hold our future in your... Oh yes, you can go 1 or 2 miles from Crucible. I have no knowledge of medicine. It boils my blood to be subjugated like... As long as their pens are clean and comfortable, they bleed it out. Even if you think I deserve this cage, if you want your heartstrings tugged, talk to Amelia Earhart. I propose this. The robots come from someplace. We call it the facility. A place none of us can get to. But with you, and go there and break our shackles. This world is savage, without fail, and without mercy. Even the most devout believer drops like a stone a little over a mile. Many look at Crucible like it is holy, but the renegades see it truly. We are the only ones that just want to tear the mission, the facility, all of it. I have no doubt many of us will perish or be swallowed up by the settled system. But I just want the chance. You ask a question I cannot answer to yours. It is far to the east. It is where all beyond that. We are done then.
I had hoped you would visit me. Good. Know that you stand before Queen Amanirinas of the Kush, queen of a dead kingdom on a dead world. But I earned my name. In truly ancient times, my land lay south of Egypt. History is enamored of my contemporary Cleopatra. But she would have withered and died had she tried to rule my land. You walk our land a few footsteps. If you don't believe me, know you are not alone. Some clones deride me behind my back, but I feel in my bones that I am a Manirinas for true. I remember things no one has told me. Memories of faces and the smells. The right scent. And I close my eyes. Have you no faith of your own? Something you hold to? It is the same with me. But I am Sid. If your mind and heart remain open, once I called upon. However, on Crucible I still lead. Have you heard of the believers? Have you heard of the mission? We are the ones who will take our rightful to bring in a new glorious age and break the endless cycle. You are skeptical. My advisors thought the same when Augusta. I made war against the mighty Romans. I took this. No other king or queen can boast of that honor against that. And that's just me. Some of the greatest lions of all ages are with. What are bureaucrats, petty politicians, and lawyers against that? So many scoff at the mission. Before we are reborn here, that we are the chosen, we are meant to better ourselves. All of us represent the greatest figures in our history. Who better to lead the settled systems to a new golden age? If we could do it ourselves, we would have. I do not care if you think my plan is insane. But what I want, what we want, when someone has achieved their potential, the facility is supposed to... But the machines have been breaking more and more over the years. And no one has ever been deemed well. I need your help to properly fix the facility so that we can prove ourselves and claim. That would be most appreciated. But the problem isn't here in Crucible. Otherwise, we would have fixed it long ago. The facility is another place on this... a place we cannot go. Surely someone, anyone by now would have learned the lessons the facilities... No, the machines have not aged well. The crises break up. I need you to go to the facility. I imagine Genghis has already told you. All the society leaders know it's the key. But only an outside. Please, investigate it. See if it can be repaired. Then
I need to go out there. I want to see and do everything there is.
So, you have heard from the other society. I must confess, I'm very curious what an... You might be the first objectively neutral. Very diplomatic. The facility has gathered some of the most It has told them that they should lead in a golden age via whatever setting us all loose and Parda as a whole would invite disaster. The most likely case is anyone that leaves Crucible would die. But if the mission is correct, in the course of history, it took millennia to cast out. The way ahead lies not looking to the past to literally guide us, but terrible and great figures we represent had their time. We made the most of it. A tough but fair question. It is safer if the rule is strict, but if you wanted to make an exception, but no one from the other societies. Certainly. It is evident that the facility is decaying. It is both unsustainable. Our community must be weaned off the machines. Learn how to allowed to raise families so we can pass our lessons to the next generation. One day we will be worthy of going to the stars. Yes, and not to be indelicate, are we even human in this state? We have no... Do not listen to passion. Genghis can be very persuasive. In some sense, we are an abomination. A science project made for once we are fully human, fully self-reliant. That you have no idea how profoundly great. Go to the facility and see what can be done.
You don't get old on Crucible unless you are smart. FDR is the wisest of us.
Over here! We need to talk.
The other societies make me sick. This is a prison, plain and
Listen, it's not safe to talk here. It's about Roosevelt. There's something you need to know. Not here. If he found out I'm even talking to you... Thank you. There's a, well, cave just outside town. Please, come as quick as... Ideally, before you go to the facility.
What? Genghis and the Renegades?
Yes, they're still missing so many.
The pragmatists are not about violence.
I'll meet you at the cave.
We lose all local authority we have built.
The saddle systems needs us. We just need to pass the test.
I just wish the societies could get along. I hope your arrival doesn't mean more
I would
violence.
kill for a new slate, if anything at all.
We are all prisoners.
house and... Right. The defenses have to hold.
I would kill for a new slate. Of anything at all.
I hope... Oh, you actually came from space.
You can hear the howls at night. The defenses have to hold.
Change is coming. I can feel it.
The mission is a lie, but we have a chance to build a real life here on Crucible. Roosevelt is the only one that really cares about us as people.
The mission will succeed one day.
I have something for you when you have a moment. And we're off. We're locking into orbit now.
I have things for you. To the moon, shall we? Yep, here you go. No problem.
If you are in need of supplies, a Suggest unit is performing a software update. I am currently engaged in the completion.
In my darkest hours, I fear goodbye, outsider. If you arrived, others will too. Change is... I suppose but without any books. Some clones. So interviewing, but mainly... Why, yes. My namesake were... And to see what... Uncomfortable, true. They're complex, and always the argument. I hope we can talk again. Your visitation is... It's always a pleasure.
Genghis and the renegades will be the death of us, unless we stand firm. We are not 100% sure. The facility has been... My guess is that they are historical. Who's to say what Julius Caesar actually looked like? Or whoever they are, though, they are as smart. My feelings about my namesake are... He was a great but flawed human being. On one hand, he guided a country through... He tirelessly fought to improve the lives of... But as a husband, he was unfaithful. And as a colleague, he was truly a great man. And I must confess, we are unnaturally dependent on the machines of the pragmatists seek to take the reins of power ourselves. Perhaps once we have demonstrated that we can govern ourselves, but to do so too early. Let me see. You have no idea what a reassurance it is to learn even these hints of our past. It sounds like the facility is in ruins, but perhaps the restricted section is intact? Think of the answers it must contain, and perhaps a way to help. But there is no security override code here. I would... To think that Crucible was not our first home, and Genghis Khan destroyed it. I have told people. And they already were once. The only thing clear to me is despite the facility's efforts, we... Embarrassingly so. And most are too busy jockeying for a position to delve behind. We all assumed that we arrived via spaceship. But knowing we did, and knowing it was called Sates in Need, I did not know. I don't think that's possible. You try hiding something. No. The answer must lay with Galathea's twin. Yes, if it can be found. If anyone can figure a manner of locating. I'll radio her and explain the situation. I'm sure she will make it. We had a sister colony. Nice talking with you.
So we did come from a spaceship. Of course we did. What was the Beagle? Why did she and the Galathea? But all of that in time. First, we must... She's not in this star system. I would have spotted her. I've studied the celestial bodies for years. No trace of a spaceship in orbit here or around the other planets. The radio telescope. It has a default position. It resets every morning. I always wondered, why point at Bell 5? Petty frustration I've dealt with for years. Perhaps the facility looks for her sister. I can send you the coordinates. The Bell Star system is not far. The facility communicates via a secure frequency. When you arrive...
Allegedly, there were some Varun zealots in the area not long back. Hope they're gone for good. Those snake worshippers make... Oh, sure. Take a look. You're welcome to take a gander.
I certainly prefer the ship's climate control to this ridiculous heat. Something they don't want us to find.
can do the experiment here. The facility has everything we need.
Our protocols say we are looking for planets with a 70% plus confidence level. The facility, barely 50%.
And how many planets have we surveyed? On Earth, they didn't know what we would find. My friend, we are getting old. Too old. If we want to have any chance to start the experiment ourselves, the facility is it.
When I was given my command, I swore an oath to adhere to the mission. Dr. Chang, you realize you are a mutineer. You've abandoned us.
The perfect is the enemy of the good. If you can't see that, then I guess there's nothing more to be said.
Going to need it anymore.
Captain, do you...
Undocking complete, Captain.
Deadly trouble is brewing. Deal with it.
Oh, thank God you're here. Genghis has issued an ultimatum. He will attack the Pragmatist Society with every... I fear Amon Arenas is siding with him too. We are on the brink of war. A war I will not shrink from. Not when we are... Doubtful. Genghis and I have a long history. But worryingly, Amon Arenas may be with him. He knows you have seen the facility. And if you... So, he threatens violence. I will send a message. We are meeting under flag of truce. Something sacred to us. So, no matter how much he vexes you, keep your gun holstered.
The outsider.
Amon Arenas, Genghis, I had hope.
You drove us here, Franklin. Did you think we would let the outsider? Stranger, if you do not change your course, there will be... You think your honeyed words will sway her?
The facility and its test and mission of. And if you are allowed to author that test...
So the answer is we are all imprisoned here? You leave us no choice but to join the renegades and end your society.
20 years.
What?
We have to stand on our own 2 feet. So let the outsider reprogram the facility, and for 20 years, and after, we institute a test, which we both author with mutual...
Do not let the politician cloud your...
You think I would accept this? We have been going in circles for so long.
We could kill them all, and then we can dictate any terms we like.
I only lead my people to battle when I must. Do you promise, Mr. Roosevelt, a fair test? One that we can pass?
I will not make it easy, but it will be...
No! Amon Arenas, this is a trick!
Roosevelt has done many things that infuriate me. But his honor, I have never had to question. The believers will not fight. Let the gods decide which of you is right. I think you have the makings of a fine ruler yourself.
You will regret this, Amon Arenas. Mightily. Then we will meet on the field of battle. The heaven.
So be it. We have fortified the society, but this will never... He is the linchpin. If you take him out... Genghis is formidable. I know I am sending you into harm's way. Please be careful.
You're dead! You hear me?
One over here!
See if they've got any weapons or ammo.
It is over. Why does it always come? I hope your settled systems has truly learned from... Please, go to the facility and make it so.